audio test. So test, test, test.
Ah.
It's my job. I got this.
And we have,
John, how's it going?
way to go.
Hey. Looks like you need a haircut.
You need
Not wrong. Not wrong.
All right, good evening. It is 6 p.m., Thursday, February 19th, 2026. Calling to order the meeting of the Huntley Community School District 158 regular board meeting, closed session. Have roll call, please.
Mr. Craddy?
Here.
Mr. Ruth?
Here.
Mr. Troy?
Here.
Mr. Peckety?
Here.
Mrs. Murray? Mr. Bobby?
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino?
All right, we have a quorum of 5 people here tonight. Next item is to move into closed session. I make a motion to move into closed session at 6:01 p.m. For the items indicated under the Open Meetings Act for discussion of the appointment, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees or legal counsel, student discipline, placement of individual students in special education programs and other matters related to individual students, and discussion of minutes of meetings lawfully closed under this act.
Second.
Second by Mr. Peckety. Have roll call, please.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Peckety?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Make an entrance.
Mrs. Maiorino enters at 6:02 p.m. We are officially in closed session, and we'll see you around 7 p.m. sorry, I apologize for closed session running a little bit longer than usual, but sometimes these things happen, so thank you for your patience. It is 7:23 p.m. Closed session has been suspended, so we will be returning to it much later in the evening. For now, and I have roll call to resume of the session. We have no actions coming from the session.
Mr. Troy?
I'm here.
Mr. Peckity?
Here.
Mr. Bobby?
Here.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Here.
Mr. Craddy?
Here.
Mr. Ruth?
Here.
Mrs. Murray?
Okay, before we get started with the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd like to take a pause and honor the memory of one of our students who recently passed away. Faye Guerrero was a student at Marlowe Middle School and had been a member of the Huntley 158 family since preschool. Faye was a kind and friendly student whose smile touched the lives of her classmates, teachers, staff alike. Our hearts go out to her family, friends, and loved ones during this incredibly difficult time. I ask you to please bow your heads in a moment of silence in honor of Faye and the bright light that she brought to the Huntley 158 community. Thank you. With that, Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, Board. Delighted to present to you this is the theater club from Huntley High School. And Christine DiFrancesco, I think, is going to talk just a minute before some students take over.
Good evening. I just want to take this opportunity to thank you guys for always supporting the arts and making the arts a priority in this district. Some of these kids are going to go on to study this particular art form post-secondarily, some are not, but I think instead of just educating artists, but we're also educating our future communicators and leaders and as people who will know what it's like to advocate for what they believe in, and that is my great honor in my career. So and a few of them have asked to say a few things. We're going to keep it brief, but this is so important, and I thank you so much for recognizing that.
Hi, everyone. I think this is on behalf of all of us when we say how big of an impact that theater and the arts in general have had on us. Like Dee said, I'm not planning to go into theater, but that doesn't change how big of an impact that it has had on my life. We're not just a club, we're actually an international honor society, and our society is dedicated to upbringing us as creative people, as good people, and as people who are inclusive of a number of different kinds and shapes and colors and everything of people. So we just want to say thank you for giving us a space to express ourselves, to connect with other people, and to share this with you guys. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi. My name is Reagan. I'm Vice President of the Thespian Society, and I'm actually someone who's going to be pursuing acting post-secondarily. And I'd first of all like to thank you guys for the support that you've shown the arts for Huntley. This has been something that has pushed me to do this more with my life. This is my passion, and I know I can speak for a lot of people here that this is a home that they've found where, like Sophia said, we can connect with others and we can give ourselves that home within school. So thank you for that.
I have one question before you go. So I've been in the Black Box Theater a couple times, but I've not been there for a performance. And I'm curious about the student feedback on the impact of having a black box theater there. Please.
Hi, my name is Daniela. The Black Box is a very, very special place. It's very intimate, especially performance-wise. There is a lot more limited seating than there is in the Performing Arts Center. It morphs into so many things, that space. It's so important to us. We basically live in there all day. No windows, no sunlight, but it really is home to all of us. I don't know about everyone else, but me personally, I find a lot, I much prefer performing in the Black Box because of its intimacy with each other, the audience, and it's our space. It's our space where we get to really, it's our practice space, it's our classroom space where we learn and grow and then end up performing in there multiple times throughout the year. We really get to showcase really what we can do mostly in that space. It's really important to us.
Thank you.
I know it was an expensive space. It is being used almost every single hour of the day by somebody. There's meetings in there in the mornings. I have classes in there 6 periods a day. There's rehearsals, dancers are in there sometimes. We do the breakfast champions in there. It is, I believe, a wonderful return on your investment, and will be for years. And I would speak for most kids. The PAC is beautiful. It's wonderful. I think without a doubt, 99% of my students would prefer to be in the Black Box than the PA space. It's just, it becomes their space, and they get to create so many more things as opposed to the PAC. And don't get us wrong, we love the PAC. It's a beautiful space, and we revere it. But
Thank you.
thank you.
So I was part of that decision-making team when that was first proposed, and so I haven't been able to interact with people or students to say, how is this working out? Has this been a good decision for the school district to have? And so hearing that from your group, for me, that's heartwarming. That means, yes, we made a good call. Like you said, investment, great, but is it a return on investment for the students? That's even better news.
Yeah, and I mean, any of you are welcome. You got some free hour during the day. Come on down, watch us, like, what we do in there, how we spread out. It can be rehearsal, and, you know, we always have shows going on in there. So, like, I mean, obviously, if any of you showed up, we would.
March 19th is our public performance of our current competition theater, which we are really good at competition theater, just to toot our own horns. We are pretty good at it, so if you'd like to see March 19th.
Jotting it down.
Wonderful.
And there's board meeting that night. Can you reschedule?
Rehearsal every night.
I'm joking.
I do have one thing to add. One of the important things is, I wasn't a student this time, but I know that before we had the Black Box, we were doing our smaller scale shows. We were like practicing in the lunchroom, and I feel like having a space where it was more like, we could like focus more and not feel like people would be walking in on us while we were rehearsing for something. It's very important to have this space that we have.
And just one last thing, I think, because I, you know, obviously I interact with other theater teachers throughout the year at competitions and at festivals, and many of them are so jealous that we have that Black Box space. And I was like, oh, believe me, like, I would wander the building with just like 30 kids trying to find a place to be sometimes, if there was a meeting or something. And I'm like, yeah, I'm very, very, very lucky, and I recognize that, and my students are very lucky, and I think they recognize it. And I guess old students who come back from like 10 years ago, and they're like, where was this when I was here? And I was like, it was being built on your backs. And so,
Yeah.
anyhow, it is, yeah. I mean, I'm always going to say it was worth it, but I believe it.
I appreciate the feedback. I appreciate your sharing your thoughts like that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, group photo. Yep.
Yeah.
You can kind of line up in front of,
Okay.
all right?
You did an excellent job conducting that.
Oh, yeah, that was a new skill I had to learn, so.
Do you ever get that?
I do.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Is there a window?
You're in the window.
Okay, I'm in the window.
Everybody in the window?
Everybody in the window.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yep.
Have a good night.
All right, next item on our agenda, public comment. We have 3 sheets here. I'm going to shuffle the deck a little bit because I see there's 2 people, same name and last name, and one that says I'm donating my time to the other person. So I respect that. I'm not going to use the timer unless it gets excessive. So with that, I'll start with Mary Holzkopf.
For the record, the other one is also my son.
Oh,
He has
okay.
a different last name, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hello. My name is Mary Holzkopf. Do I need to give my address? I forget how this works. Okay. I have 5 children in the district, and you probably remember me from last year's 2 board meetings that I spoke at. I am coming for a very similar situation, different students, similar situation. So the incidents that happened last year never fully got resolved in the sense that accountability was not taken in areas that I felt it should have been. But we worked together, we meaning Sally Mueller, Jillian Pierce, and Jessica Lombard, to try to have my daughter Hadley feel safe at school again, and to build rapport, and to really work on coming up with a way for her to feel like she could be in the building and learn appropriately and not have these same situations. And on the very first day of school this year, a student by the name of Jaden in gym class decided he was going to refer to her as the trans freak. She came home and stated what happened. She is working on advocating for herself. And so I said, you need to advocate for yourself. You need to tell him stop. You tell him anything, literally tell him anything. And that was on August 13th. On August 19th, he calls her a trans freak again. She does not say anything to him again because she is working on self-advocation. And I said then, So I told her again, you have to advocate for yourself. You need to tell a teacher. You need to tell him stop. You cannot allow people to speak to you like that. 2 things I want to be clear on. 1, my daughter is not trans. 2, I don't care if my daughter is trans. That verbiage is being used in a hateful way to represent a specific community. Whether my daughter is a part of that or not appropriate. August 20th comes. He not only calls her a trans freak, she had a choker necklace on. He attempted to choke her with her necklace, and he physically pushed her over in gym and said, and I quote, "I don't want to sit next to the trans freak." That's 3 strikes for me. Now I'm involving the school. I emailed Mrs. Lombard. I emailed Sally Mueller. I could pull up my email. I can't recall if Mrs. Pierce was on there, but I let them know what was going on. And I said, Hadley needs to advocate for herself. So I gave her a deadline of that next day. She had to tell the PE teacher what was going on. But I wanted to let the staff know what was happening at this point, because now we not only have verbal abuse, but we have physical hands 2 times. Mrs. Mueller immediately responds back, "Thank you so much. Everything is appropriate. We will get on this." The email was very descriptive of what he had done, and she said, "I respect your wishes to let Hadley advocate, and we will check back in. If at the end of the day she hasn't advocated, we will take further action." Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Hadley does advocate for herself. She actually didn't have to, because this child didn't see the gym teacher next to him. And he decided to do the exact same thing as the gym teacher was coming out behind him. So the gym teacher immediately sees it, immediately stops it, says, I don't know the exact verbiage because I wasn't there, but basically, "No, thank you. We don't talk like that. You will be getting consequences." And that was that. So Hadley then reports it. I have a subsequent phone call with Sally Mueller. She informs me that the child, as always the district says, "We can't tell you what the consequences are, but trust us. Trust us that we are going to handle this." And I'm also told that the child is losing 25% of his gym grade based on the rhetoric that was spoken. I was satisfied with that because I felt like he was getting an immediate consequence and something else was happening. Fast forward to February 9th. My daughter comes home from school and informs us that this child has threatened her life with a gun. Verbally threatened her life, not actually with a physical gun. I lose my nuggets. I ask for the full story. She states that in their first hour communications class, they got paired up together because that teacher wanted different students who had never been together to be together. Of course, she's never been with this student. Why would she want to be with this student? She's working on self-advocacy. She didn't want to go against what the teacher said because she's a rule follower, so she didn't say no thank you. She just went in the group. The child tells her that he is going to shoot her with a shotgun. 3 times he tells her this. Yes, 3 times he tells her this, that he's going to shoot her with a shotgun. 3 times my daughter redirects him and says, you can't say that in school. He then starts singing, suicide, 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 3 times. And my daughter says, don't talk like that, and that's not suicide, that's homicide. And he says, I'm going to put the gun in your mouth, pull the trigger, kill you, and put the gun next to your head like you committed suicide. He then takes his Chromebook and uses it as if it's a gun to pretend like he is shooting her. Immediately, my daughter, thank Christ, finally advocates for herself, sends a very long email to her teacher explaining that something has happened in class, that she wants to switch partners, and that she will talk to him in person about what has happened because she was not comfortable typing the words suicide and killing. So she has used the words, I believe, bullying and harassment were the words she used. Her email gets gaggled. Teacher never receives the email. Nobody ever responds to her. So she goes the entirety of the day with this anxiety in her body of this child has now threatened my life and nobody is doing anything about it. I understand about the gaggle. I also understand that she did not use the word suicide or murder, and so when Mrs. Mueller got the email, she didn't understand the extent of the situation. So I don't fault Mrs. Mueller for that. In her mind, she was thinking, I'll handle this tomorrow. We go to the police that night. The police say, you've done the right thing. They go and do their investigation and make the contact with the student. I'm not allowed to know what happened to the student, but I do know that student was out of school for an entire week while this investigation took place. I do know that 2 other students witnessed and heard parts of that entire interaction that corroborated with what my daughter said, and that the child denied a lot of what was said. I also was told that it was part of a skit, that this child was doing it as part of a skit, and that's why he is not having further consequences. This was not part of a skit. It was very clear that it was not part of a skit. I have a meeting, I have numerous phone calls with Jessica and Sally. Can I use your first name? Is that okay? Yeah. And it is very clear that everyone is being told not the same stories. Some may call it miscommunication. I'm going to call it what it is. It was lies. People were telling different things to different people, and I don't know why. My personal thoughts are is that a lot of times admins and teachers feel like their hands are tied with what they can do, and that's super unfortunate, but that is how it appears to be. And they decided that this child could return to school. And in my mind, whether this be their intent, the way that my perception of it is that this child is more important than my daughter's safety. This child being in school is more important than my daughter's safety. So this morning, I had a 2-hour meeting with Jessica, Jillian, and Sally, where we really had a very good conversation. We spoke about everything that happened. I felt like everyone was very honest. Everyone owned their stuff. There was a lot of apologies that happened. And what came to be from that is that way back from that first interaction in gym class, nobody documented what happened with this child anywhere. Nobody gave consequences to this child that anyone is aware of, even though it was a written email that I have evidence for, so no one can tell me I'm lying this time. And it was numerous conversations. So because of that, this now incident, the second incident, is treated as the first instead of as a sequence of events. And so I am coming to speak because there is an issue with bullying in the district. There is a particular issue with bullying at Marlowe. I'm on my third child at Marlowe, and I can tell you that one of my children, it caused them to have suicidal ideation because of the extent of the bullying at Marlowe. I now have another child who is fearful for her actual life, not just fearful of, ooh, someone's going to call me a name, but fearful of this child has threatened me with a gun, very specifically how I'm going to do it, and in a 13-year-old's mind, nobody cares because the child's back in school still. That's a problem. There's a problem with the way that bullying is being documented, or lack thereof, I should say. There's a problem with teachers not seeing and saying. It's something as simple as you witness a child being unkind to another child and you say, stop. No, thank you. We don't do that here at Marlowe. That's it. If kids knew there was going to be consequences for their actions, perhaps these things would stop happening. But here we are. So now we need to launch an entire bullying investigation on this child because I do not want him in the same school as my daughter for safety purposes. So all of that to say is that there needs to be a change. I have advocated for change for years, literally for years. I have done it at the village level. I have done it at the local level. I don't know what else to do if nobody will listen. And it feels like the people that want to listen, their hands are tied too. So something needs to be done. I need someone's help in doing it. I will say that I have great respect for Jessica. Never once has Jessica lied to me. Never once has Jessica gone back on her word to me. Never once has she negated my phone calls or emails. Never once have you said something and done something else. And when you have a leader like that, there is no reason that the people below that leader should be acting like this. No reason. It's different if it's corrupt from the top. It's not corrupt from the top. Something needs to be done. The last thing I will say, and I really wish the whole board was here for this, but the last thing that I will say is people need to realize that whatever you say behind closed doors or to someone else, you shouldn't say that if you don't want it to come back to somebody else. You'll know what I'm talking about. Don't say things behind parents' backs. Don't talk poop about parents who are using their voices to try to advocate and expect it not to come back to those parents, especially when it's sitting at this level where you guys are supposed to be respected and respectable. That's not cool. That's all I have to say about that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mary. Hadley, I presume that that time was included for your mom? Double checking. All right, so the third public comment is for Ashton. Sorry, I can't read the last name. For Jerry. Jerry, okay.
Good evening. I'm a senior at Huntley High School. I've been in the district since kindergarten. I've gone through everything. I am the student who had suicidal ideations because of the effects that Marlowe had on me. I was told on a day-to-day basis, Ashton, you should kill yourself. Ashton, everybody hates you. Ashton, the world would be better without you. Those were statements that were made to me in 7th grade. What happened to these students? Were they punished? No. In fact, what happened was many of these students went on to be exemplary students who show the Raider way. That's ridiculous. Harassment didn't just disappear after middle school. It continued into high school. It got to a point where I couldn't feel safe inside of a building that I was forced to be in for hours upon hours of a day. It isn't okay. Now, what's happening today? My little sister is told that someone is going to bring a gun to school, put a barrel in her mouth, and make it look like she committed suicide. What are we going to do about that? I looked up the law, and under the Illinois School Code, in Section 105, it states schools have the authority to expel students for gross disobedience, misconduct, bullying, or threats of violence. I understand that admin and staff have their hands tied. I understand that everyone is fearful of being sued. But it is not okay to have a student who's clearly upset here crying in the audience because she's fearful for her life in a building that she is forced to be in. A piece of paper telling a student to stay away from another is not the solution, especially when threats of a life are being involved. My question is simple. If the law allows you to act, then why aren't you? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments tonight. Item 6, revision and adoption of the agenda. Are there any revisions to make for the agenda? All right, not hearing anything, I move to adopt the agenda as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Feckey. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. We have our agenda formalized. I'm going to bypass Mrs. Lombard's superintendent report for the moment. We'll return to that when she does. Number 8, the student board representatives. Nico and Emma.
All right, hello board. An update on our project that we started working on a few months ago and provided some updates to the board. What ended up being the final product is what we're going to show you guys tonight, and we called it What's Great in 158 and What Could Be Great in 158, and this is the student edition of it. So a little background on the overall operations of this project is we, as the student advisory representatives, visited each of the Huntley 158 elementary schools, and we had discussions with 5th grade ambassadors, lunchroom talks where we went table to table and talked with the students, and then small group environments. I can assure you that all students were included in this feedback and that we made a strong effort to make sure that all students of all abilities and backgrounds were included and had their voice heard in our listening tours. What we actually asked the students during our visits were questions based on the portrait of the learning environment. Some of them included, what's the best part of school? If you were the principal for the day and could make one change, what would it be and why? What's the worst thing about school? And then a whole host of other questions. This feedback was then analyzed personally by ourselves as the student advisory representatives and formatted, and then we're going to provide it to each of the administrators at their school and cabinet members so that there's additional action beyond this presentation. We'd also like to give a special thanks to the communication department because they worked very, very hard on the logistics, as you will see throughout this presentation, to make this all possible. And if it weren't for their help, we wouldn't have gotten to this point. So thank you to the communications department. First, we also felt that as the student advisory representatives, we wanted to show you some students beyond just ourselves. So here is a video from some of our 5th grade ambassadors that are on the superintendent advisory committee.
And learning environment is fun because most of our topics is something interesting to every student. I think it's fun and easy, and I feel like we're all respected in like our own way. Like when we need somebody to help us with something or go through something, I feel like we can always find somebody to do that. Yeah, I also think it's fun, and sometimes it can be a bit challenging because like there's some stuff that it's new, and we're like we need to get like used to it sometimes. So district-wide, we found was great was that there are strong student-adult relationships with students reporting feeling safe and trusting the adults. When learning is engaging, students report feeling more positive about school. Collaborative learning is efficient and highly valued, and students noted that specials and social time were among their favorite parts of the day. And in K2, students emphasize the importance of safe, fun, and engaging learning. They enjoy STEM activities, recess, specials, and collaborating with peers when given the opportunity. It was reported that students' learning environment is most successful when staff members provide encouragement, allow mistakes, and are calm. And then in 3rd to 5th grade, it was noted that while students still value a strong relationship with their teacher, other aspects of their learning environment are also important, such as collaboration, feeling challenged in the material, and independence. Upper level students reported feeling supported by strong safety systems and confidence in the adults who support them.
And then district-wide, for what could be great in 158, we noticed that there needs to have a greater balance between academics and socialization time for lunch and recess, with students feeling sometimes rushed and not being able to fully immerse in those environments. There was also a request to have some more interactions with other classes in their grades and different grade levels as well, because sometimes during certain social environments, you only have like the same people where they want to interact with some more different peers. Students also had a desire to connect learning to the real world, with going back to that why we are learning this, with having those activities based around some life skills and having a chance for those instructions also. And then kindergarten through 2nd grade, we noticed that students asked for more movement breaks and just greater movement with lessons overall, and just having more opportunities for purposeful play with not just sitting in their desks all day and getting to move around the classroom, and just having those times to regulate and reset themselves. And having greater choice in the activities with that student voice, and that they would like to see different topics and yet have a choice in what they can learn, even if it's the same standard. There was also still a note, even at the lower levels, with the Chromebooks no longer playing a greater role in kindergarten, but there is still requests from students to have a greater balance between Chromebooks and hands-on learning. And then 3rd through 5th grade, we noticed that even more relevant was, as the students get older, they want the connection to the real world. How can they use this in their daily lives? Why does this matter once you graduate? And having concerns about busing. Particularly, it was noted that some of the bus drivers may need additional training or assistance with behavior management, with some students noting that they're consistently having to go back to the school because of the students' behavior that are on the buses, which is resulting in delays and missing activities and leaving them behind. There was also a want for learning beyond the traditional classroom, such as more after-school clubs being offered and a variety of specials, and students felt that they repeated some of the topics, like I already learned about this 3rd grade and I'm learning about it in 5th grade. They want some more choices and topics in what specials are offered. And then next month is middle school, and we will provide another report, similar but probably a little different in this fashion. And we will now take any questions from the board.
Thank you for spending time on this, spending time in the classrooms with the kids. The bus one is kind of like, he stands out quite a bit. Is it a cause and effect thing? The kids are misbehaving, or is it the bus driver? Like, there's an expected behavior on the bus, and you want the kids to be safe.
What we noticed with the busing was that there was some possible students, like, in the back that were misbehaving, whether it was using non-school appropriate words or some peer-to-peer interactions. But then, once those occurred, the response from the driver, ensuring that it was still in a kind of respectful way, while having to go back to the school, since that's the most, common that we heard was, oh, our bus driver's just gonna threaten to have us go back to the school, and then what? And then they're delayed and facing delays from their parents, and they're missing practices and other experiences that they had beyond school.
Yeah, no, to me, it seems like a big attention getter, like, do this or, and there's a choice.
We also noted that it was from maybe not the regular bus drivers, but sometimes there's substitute bus drivers that weren't always like familiar with the routes, and then they get delayed, and then they're not checking a paper, and the students are like, hey, you missed our stop, and then there's more delays, and then sometimes not always being familiar with like the management of the bus. And for this particular conversation, it was like noted to the principal, so I'm sure there's follow-up, but we wanted to report that since it was a really major theme that every student wanted to tell us about their busing experience.
And one of the things, feedback like this, we take that to the appropriate directors or administrators. So some of that's the building. Last year, 2 years ago, it might have been last year, something had come up at a principal advisory, and it wasn't there. I don't remember where it came from, but it was a concern we heard at the high school, and we actually then asked our director of transportation to come learn more from the principal leadership advisory. So when we do hear these things, we want to make sure that they are given to the appropriate administration that can kind of look in, dig in, what changes we make, or be able to hear. So any of this just doesn't fall on deaf ears. It's taken and really try to work with it. So thank you for sharing a little bit more on maybe with what can we do to make sure that drivers who are covering a route that's not typically theirs feel equipped with all of the right information and tools and things like that. So.
And it seems like noted getting delayed, because then if they're not going back to the school, then they're pulling off to the road, and then it's just creating delays for them.
Well, my question was, do both of you want to be teachers? I know you're looking at different careers, but you're both wonderful with our youngest kids and all of those things. So, and I know you had that experience over the summer and whatnot, but this was a lot of work. What you put in there, the time to go to all of the buildings, to balance your schoolwork, to put together a slideshow, a presentation, a video, all of that. But it is important for all of us to hear those. So we can't be at all the places at once. And so this is just a snippet of trying to get that and how we'll continue to develop. So it'll be exciting to see it in the middle school.
Incredible job.
Thank you.
Great work, great work.
One thing before we wrap up our report is I do have copies of The Voice, which is the student newspaper at the high school for the board to take if they wish.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your report is greatly appreciated. Thanks for putting so much time. We've had a lot of work, investing time with our kids. I hope that they have fun talking to you instead of adults, somebody that they could relate to and look forward a little bit. So thank you.
Hey, real quick, just, Lombard, sorry. Sorry.
Watching that video, do you notice the difference from
times when you're at the school, like reading to classes, questions, are they relating to the high schoolers? Like, is it a little bit of a different dynamic because they're the cool high school kids? No.
Well, of course I'm cool. No, just kidding. No, they absolutely are they cool. And with that, I do think, our students look up to each other. And the more opportunities that we can have, we do have some with Link Crew and some of the various pieces, our internship programs and some of the classes, the more that we can do that, that interaction is really neat. After each one of the visits, then Mrs. Barr would come back and be like, okay, we're this and that, and you're really learning a lot about our students. And so I would hope, being out there and all of that, I think people are more comfortable talking to me, but absolutely they're much more comfortable to talk to the high schoolers, and they're their peers, but they're also their role models, and
Yeah.
they can't wait to be those two individuals,
Yeah.
so.
Yes,
can see it.
some of the lunchrooms got a little noisy, but, I was like, if you guys gotta keep eating, you're gonna be delayed, and I won't come talk to you guys if you aren't successful, so. But then we did have, some of the students, without really revealing too much, personal information, they did, have some different unique, needs, and that me and Ms. Barr were able to work with them in an environment that works best for them. Whether if you saw the play, that we made sure that we're working with all the students, not just the fifth grade ambassadors or the student leaders, or that are the most comfortable talking.
I think it's awesome.
And then we also had a chance where we let them ask us questions, and so they had lots of fun learning about what time I get up for high school.
That's so cute. Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you again. We'll circle back to Superintendent Lumley.
Sure, I will go ahead and first, this is not in there because I wanted to make sure that I had some updates on, the governor's address with the budget. So I'm gonna pass this out, and then we'll get it updated, in there, because some information that, just sharing for, things that are on the horizon. It's been a busy month. It's a short month, but wow, it's a super busy one with a lot of really fantastic things like you saw there. I think it was perfect that they went before me to highlight the wonderful things that are going on in the classrooms, and what the students are excited about, but even our youngest learners can give us, Nico, Emma, how you phrase that, what could be great, right? Those are our opportunities. Some things just to highlight, coming up, we have the State of Huntley, the chamber event, that will be Tuesday morning, over at the Huntley Fire Protection District, Station 1. That's where all of our taxing bodies, all the entities from the Hart-Huntley area administrative roundtable, our mayor, will be presenting, the progress of each of our areas, our goals, our ongoing collaboration with our local partners, so again, that annual event is really, really fun. We've got our presentation ready. So if you're able to join, I can give you an update afterwards, but, we do have that on Tuesday morning. And Mr. Altmeyer, you can see if you had any different takeaways, if you tuned in to the, governor's budget address. And while these are not the official, it's the tentative budget, historically, not much has changed too much in terms of education allocations in the past. So some takeaways from that, and I cross-referenced and checked some things with Luda, to overall revenue, the entire budget, not just education, is budgeted to be up 1.5% with an overall expenditure budget budgeted to be up 1.6%. In terms of EDF, $305 million increase in EDF, which would bring that total to $9.2 billion. That does not include the $50 million for property tax relief, but keep in mind that wasn't funded this year, so not sure what that would look like coming into the next year. There was a $51 million increase in MCAS, the mandated categoricals for member transportation, special education, private facilities component there. That number is over $30 million higher than the additional dollars that were put into the MCAS for this year. We'll still probably see a small reduction in that percentage of reimbursements moving forward, but that is moving in a positive direction. So we'll continue that push from all local districts to be reaching out to the legislators. One, sharing the great things about EDF, we don't want that to go away, but two, talking about the challenges with the mandated categoricals. $50 million in new funding for school maintenance grants. The CTE, which is something that is highly represented in our vision, Huntley 2030, and what we see across, the state of Illinois and CTE. That allocation is currently the same. The $1.5 million set to be implemented for state literacy and numeration planning and implementation. Speaking of that component, they're on their second drafted round of tours, listening tours for the numeracy plan, so we should be getting an update from the state there. But again, I think we're ahead of the game and doing all the right things for our math. And then Dr. There, a fund, looks like they're potentially looking to fund a fourth year of the teacher vacancy grant. So there is money in there. We have been able to tap into that. I think more districts are, wait, how do you do that? And so I don't know what that will change, but it does look like there's an opportunity to look at some funding potentially through the teacher vacancy grant there. So some things just for us to continue to have conversation on. As we will look ahead here in just a moment, we'll have the first draft of our budget that's talking a little bit more about some of the things that we do know about funding and revenue. We have a lot of work we're doing on the expenditure side still that will be represented in there. But these are some assumptions that maybe will help us get closer to the next budgeted draft. Some Radar Roundtable here Sunday. It'll go out. The Huntley Education Foundation was our episode last month. Here in a week or two, we'll be filming the March, which will be with Ina Hall, talking a lot about our family engagement. April, we're going to do fun, and now I say that it's not so fun, farewell to Mr. Iddings, but we're going to make it fun, and our other retirees. And then in May, you have to stay tuned, we're going to do a different type of fun format ending the school year. And so that Radar Roundtable will not be held in the library. It will look a little different. So some things that are coming up. Our attendance and enrollment. Our enrollment is 8314, so hovering still right around where we're at. We are being pretty diligent at on all of our meetings with the various elementary, middle, high school level, ECC, using our Castardo report. And Dr. Zare will later, not today, be talking about some of our classes and sizes and enrollment projections. And we wish we could say we're like a flat B or an A or a C, but it depends on the neighborhoods and it depends on the building, the boundaries. And so we are using those this year, but hopefully we'll see some things steady out for next year and be a little bit more predictable. Our average daily attendance is right there. We're hovering right around where we were last year. I think we're like 0.10% different, 93.73, so really good. Our district chronically absent is lower, about 1% lower than it was last year. And you can see the annual comparison there. So lots of other great things that are going on, but just a couple things to highlight at the board level that are or have been going on here in February. Any questions on that or anything else that I can highlight or update from the superintendent level?
I had a question for the Huntley Area Administrative Roundtable.
Yes.
During the annual State of Huntley. Can we also do that for Lake and Hills and Algonquin, or is this really just a Huntley-led effort?
Yeah, so it's a chamber, and they ask us every year to do the State of Huntley presentation. And so that is specific to the village of Huntley. HART, the Huntley Area Administrative Roundtable, that's our park district, our police department, our fire department, our village, and our library, and then the school district. We're kind of the odd duck here in that because we work with, for HART, the police department in Huntley. We also work with two others. And so they're not part of HART, but we do have partnerships and collaboration with them. You know, so the boundaries are all a little bit different. We have a lot of, other, areas outside of Huntley. So, no, this is specific to Huntley. However, we have been invited, last year, we did a presentation, with all the school districts. There were 3 or 4 of us, that did that with Lake in the Hills, and Algonquin. And so we do, get invited to other events, but this one where all of the Texan bodies are together, that's specific to Huntley. All right, I'll jump into donations. And our donations here, DoD Technologies, $2,000 to Chuck It Up fundraiser to benefit Grafton Food Pantry and Andrews Assist. Larry's Red Bandana Society, $1,000 to the Chuck It Up fundraiser to benefit the Grafton Food Pantry and Andrews Assist. And Prospect Volleyball Academy, $800 to the Huntley High School volleyball program. I do know, just because of a meeting that we were on right before that, we very much appreciate the donations here to this. When we look at this time, oftentimes we're seeing things in the athletics, extracurricular. This fundraiser then also benefits the community with the Grafton Town Food Pantry and all of that. We were on a meeting earlier, and one of the updates that the high school gave, they were talking about the Chuck It Up fundraiser, and it was $5,700 that they were able to raise for the food pantry and to assist a few local families as well. And so, again, the things that our high school is doing and the donations from these outside organizations absolutely benefits our students, but our community as a whole. So we absolutely thank them.
Thank you for that. Okay, getting back on track here, item 9, Assistant Superintendent for Learning Innovation, Dr. McCriddle.
Good evening. I have a few updates for you this evening. The first one I want to highlight is our last early release day that we had in February, as well as our professional learning needs for next school year that we're beginning to unpack. So we just finished that February early release day, and there were a lot of sessions around how to strengthen instruction for our students, especially our kids that have diverse needs. So kids that are struggling, kids that might be getting it, what are we doing to help stretch them and help support them differently? And then there are quite a few professional learning sessions around AI and how do we help leverage artificial intelligence to support our kids' learning needs. And so those days are very beneficial to our staff to be able to take the time to engage in conversations and learning and be able to apply that in their classroom right away in their, with their students. In addition to that, there was some focus on chance, and I know, Nico, you brought up, and Emma, in your presentation about just buses and behaviors. I want to just bring up chance as one of our frameworks for helping to support our behaviors in our classrooms, and we also have those for the buses as well. And so when you brought that up, we're going to make a note to make sure that we are making sure that we are emphasizing what that looks like on our buses for our students. But I think that's important, and we sometimes need to have those reminders. But we did have a review of behaviors because, as we know, students need reminders just like adults all year round. And so we make sure that we prioritize that time. And then looking forward to 26, 27, we do a process that's pretty comprehensive where we send a survey out to our staff and we ask them what they are needing in regards to professional learning. Our team then, Dr. Gill and myself, we take a look at it with our team and with our building administration, as well as some instructional coaches and the curriculum committee that we have that meets throughout the school year, which is representative of some teachers from different grade level spans, and identify what the professional learning focuses will be. And so we're starting that process now, and we will plan to let you know what those focuses are probably in April. And so that's an important time for us. I also want to give an update on the middle school schedule. This has been a focus for the last couple of years to get a robust team around the table to take a look at our middle school schedule. We know that the way it's currently structured is not meeting the needs of all of our students, that our students are having to make some choices when it comes to receiving the supports that they need and to have the opportunities to be able to grow in their college and career readiness skills, as well as just trying to find time to put everything in a day. And so we've had multiple years, and Ms. Lombard will remind me of that for sure, of getting some people around the table to talk about what's working, what's not, This fall, we actually sent a survey out to students to get their perspective as well, so we can make sure that we have the student voice in there. And so we asked 6th through 9th graders just what their thoughts were on the schedule. And Dr. Gill and I are ready to bring a recommendation forward to meet with Ms. Lombard tomorrow, actually, to go ahead and have that discussion, and we plan to give you an update at the March CAL. So I just wanted to remind you that that's been an ongoing conversation, and we'll be bringing our recommendation forward in March. The other topics I have are just middle school social studies. As a part of our normal curriculum review cycle, we do have to take a look at different curriculum materials to either renew them or replace them, and so social studies was up right now. And so right now we're looking at continuing our renewal of the materials that we already have for social studies, but teams are getting together to take a look at our framework, make some adjustments to assessments, and make sure that we have hands-on activities that relate to the real world as much as we can. And so that's a conversation that our teachers are having right now, and we'll be able to see those changes in social studies. So it's good to hear you guys share some of that, because that's some of the conversations that are going on right now, and hopefully we'll be able to see in the curriculum that our students have moving forward. The other topic I have on here is just a comprehensive local needs assessment. One of the grants that we do apply for and receive annually is the Perkins Grant, and that's connected to CTE. So when Ms. Lombard talked about some of the state funding connected to CTE programming, that's an additional grant that comes from the federal government, and they allocate it to states based off of a formula, and then we get a portion from McHenry County based off of just our enrollment. So we get a large chunk. It's typically about between $20,000 and $40,000 that we're able to leverage towards CTE funding. And so every couple of years, we have to complete a local needs assessment, and this is the year that we're doing it. And so we're currently working with our high school, Mr. Weedoff, as well as Mr. Truax here at the district office to create our needs assessment and make sure that it's going to reflect what Huntley needs, so that we can ensure we're getting as many dollars as we can to support those programs that we believe in, and that we're able to provide kids those college and career readiness opportunities. And then the last thing I just wanted on the radar too is that we've had an ongoing behavior task force that has been meeting for the last couple of years, and that team is continuing to meet this year. And the goal right now is to start to look at make sure that we have our Tier 2 and Tier 3 supports for our students who might be having behaviors that are not typical or outside the norm. So this is for the students whose behaviors are not responding to just the chance expectations in the classrooms and those other things. And so that team has been meeting this year and to start to look at the framework and what does it look like at elementary level versus middle school versus high school, because it is so different. And it's something that behavior can be tricky at times because every kid responds differently. And so we're trying to really think through what can a framework look like that gives enough guidance, but enough flexibility to meet the needs of each of the kids that we have. And so on that team, the goal is to have that finalized this summer and be able to have a solid framework that we are confident that we're implementing in all of our buildings. And so huge kudos to that group. Dr. Hoyte has been leading that for the last couple of years, along with Ms. Spears, and then some of our behavior specialists and our social workers, and we have a good mix of different staff taking a look at that. And so I just wanted to give you that update so that you know there's a lot of work going on, and that we're at that time in the year in February where we're hoping to come to the end of it and be able to have it ready to implement next school year.
And with that, what you were talking, the information on those interventions at especially the Tier 2 and Tier 3, while that is getting wrapped up here at the end of the year, maybe early summer, we will be making sure that we bring that through our PTAC to be able to share that. That is one of the policies that they are to review, and so we will have those updates, and we will also be bringing that presentation to the full board. I know that times not all the board members can come to the PTAC, but we will make sure that that is something. I believe it was 3 years ago we did a big presentation as we pushed out and updated a lot around our behavior matrix and just behavior management champs. So we will do a refresh with that. I'll make it shorter than the one 3 years ago to highlight those pieces and make sure families are aware of that. So Dr. Gill and I will remember to do that one, Dr. McChrystal. You'll wrap up the work and we'll do the presentation.
I'll take any questions.
More so a comment, thank you, and very excited to hear your recommendation on the middle school schedule. This seems to be a hot topic. Looking forward.
Thank you. I wish I could say we're gonna make everyone happy, but you know, we're gonna try, we're gonna keep what's best for kids in mind, right, at the end of the day.
All right, now, not hearing anything else. Thank you very much for the report. Moving on, Chief Financial Officer Treasurer, Mr. Allmeyer, any updates to present before moving on to the scintillating budget conversation?
No, just the scintillating budget. I mean, it doesn't get any more scintillating than this. So, yeah, I'll just jump into the budget if I can. But no other updates. Listening to Nico and Emma's presentation on what is great in 158. I love that. And listening to Dr. McCrindle's passion, it made me think, over the past 17 plus years we've been here, we've done so many great things for students. We're doing them today, right? Whether it's blended learning, it's the medical academy, it's the engineering academy, it's the fine arts academy, it's the things we've done for the light program and the special ed folks. We have done so many great things, the black box, right? Over the years, that make no mistake, we've done all those things because we've had resources, right? And we want to make sure that we continue to have those resources. And I guess the point of all this is we're going to have some really tough decisions to make. And this first draft of the budget, well, one thing's for sure, there's going to be a lot of changes. It's just the first draft. But I am at a very high level going to go through a lot of the assumptions, and I'll talk about the risks that we have. But there's still a lot of work to be done, right? We're still meeting, doing a lot of staffing analysis. We're doing a lot of work trying to figure out where we can cut, if we can cut, so that we can continue to do those great things for kids. I don't want this to be about what could be great in 158, because we just need to continue the trend that we've set for ourselves. So now for draft one of the budget. We are sharing the budget very early this year. We generally don't share this budget till March or April, but because of what the 5-year plan looks like and some of the challenges that we have, we did want to get out in front of this, because we have a lot of work to do internally setting priorities. All right, we need to make sure that we are using the resources where we can maximize how we're using those resources for our kiddos. So if you look at page 3 of the PDF document, the budget summary, there's a chart that outlines at a very high level our projected revenues and expenses. And so we're going to talk about a little bit of those. Currently, the first draft of the budget reflects an approximate $143.2 million in revenue, while expenses approximate a little more, $143.7 million, resulting in an unbalanced budget, or a deficit of $523,000. This draft is last year's budget and 5-year plan rolled forward. But we did make a lot of changes, and the changes that we've made are really on the revenue side, right? CPI is set in stone now. We have a really good idea of what new construction is going to be. We have, for levy year 2026, next levy year is 2026, we have that CPI at 2.7. That's been inputted to the budget. We have made a fairly good estimate for new construction for levy year 2026 as well. Based on the economy, we did make an adjustment currently by reducing interest revenue by about $600,000 based on the interest rates that we're seeing. We're not going to be able to continue pulling in $2+ million of interest earnings with a 3.5 to 4% rate of return on what we have. We did look at our capital purchases line item. We're pretty much set for capital purchases on the O&M side because the board approved, if you recall, we need a new cooling system, a new chilling system, DX cooling system at Heinemann, and that's already $2.8 million. So there's not a lot of other dollars that we're going to utilize within operations and maintenance for capital. But within last year's 5-year plan for FY27, we also had $1.1 million in there for bus purchases, because we do need dollars set aside on an annual basis to purchase new buses, as we have almost 100 in our fleet, right? On an annual basis, we should be looking at replacing anywhere from 6 to 8 of those buses on an annual basis. We did look at what we have and working with the trans department. We are looking, we talked about this at the last meeting, we are sending out a bid for 2 53-passenger buses and 2 activity buses. That approximates $600,000, $550,000 to $600,000. So we were able to reduce that budget in half. So that has been reduced as well. So there's a lot of those little assumptions and adjustments that we made, but we're still arriving at a $523,000 deficit. a lot of the adjustments that we still need to make, right? We're still looking at staffing, we're still looking at analysis on what should that salary number be based on things that we can do so that, well, we hopefully don't impact students all that much, yet we can still be in a really good balanced budget position. We talked about revenues and we talked about the property tax levy. We haven't talked about, but Ms. Lombard talked about state revenues. I think we all know where we are with the evidence-based funding. It's anticipated that we'll remain at Tier 2, and if we remain at Tier 2 at that funding level, we will receive an additional $300,000 of revenue on approximately $31 million. It's not a lot of money. But if you look at the EBF, $30+ million, and you look at our levy dollars, those two numbers alone on the whole harmless side, set categorical revenues aside for a second, that approximates 89% of our overall budget. So what does that mean? That means that I feel really good about 89% of our revenues right now. But over the next several months, a lot of things can change, right? We still need to figure out where we're going to be on the national school lunch side. What is the impact on the federal side for Medicaid? What is the impact on the federal side for the IDEA grant? A lot of little things need to fall into place so that we feel good about all of our revenue for FY27, which is why we are starting this so early in the year. On the expenditure side, the assumptions, right, we have salaries, and the salaries currently in the budget are rolled from prior year from the FY26 budget, and they're rolled in accordance with the collective bargaining agreements and the percentage increases that are within that. Health insurance is currently in the budget with a 7% increase. But currently, we're trending over budget by 15 to 16% in the current year, maybe even a little more. And so we know there needs to be another adjustment, another large adjustment, probably adding a little more money to the health insurance line item. I didn't book that now because, well, it's really early in the year, and we typically make that adjustment around the tentative budget timeframe, which is in June, and then the months of July and August, we'll know better where we stand exactly from prior year so that we can, again, make another adjustment to health insurance. We do have technology, equipment, and curriculum materials in the budget that reflect last year's needs, so those all carry forward. And as a result, the FY27 budget Trust 1 reflects a current operating deficit of $523,000. We did talk about a lot of the risks that we have, but you can see based on the budget timeline, we will continue to provide updates to the board between now and June. In the month of June is when we'll ask you to take action to approve the tentative budget so that we do kind of have marching orders, so to speak, for all of our buildings and departments rolling into the new fiscal year. But we've got some work ahead of us, but we know we have some work ahead of us, and we will continue to keep the board apprised as we get closer and closer to finalizing this budget and hopefully providing the board and the community a balanced budget. So I would be happy to answer any questions at this time if you have any. I will add before you ask questions, there is a 5-year plan in here, and it's really scary. It really is. And it's based on the assumptions of CPI at 2% in the out years and new construction at 20 million down to 10 million in the out years. It's also based on the state continuing to set aside that $300 million and provide us an additional $300,000 a year, which is not enough. And so, the deficit 4 or 5 years from now is almost $8 million, $7 to $8 million. So when I talk about, why the importance of priority decision-making, or why the importance, or why we have a lot of tough decisions ahead of us, that's why. I think we'll get there next year to have a balanced budget, but every year it's going to be a little harder and a little harder. So the decisions will get harder over time. That's why we're starting this process now. So with that, I'll now open it up for any questions.
My question was, can you point me to where that insurance number currently sits? Like, is that the benefits line item?
Yeah,
There-
unfortunately, the health insurance is not a single line item within this 56 pages of goodness. I can get you that information. I do believe it approximates $16-17 million. Typically, when we provide the executive summary report, that's the monthly report we go over on a monthly basis. On that report is actually the current year budget for health insurance. If we're to increase that number by 7%, that is exactly what is in the budget for FY '27. Unfortunately, I just don't have that at my fingertips.
That's okay.
To give you that number. It's not in this document because salaries and benefits are kind of grouped together. Benefits are primarily health insurance, but benefits also include payroll taxes.
Sure.
IMRF.
Sure.
TRS, and things like that.
Along those same lines, Mr. Altmeyer, for the insurance, you said we're trending around 16-17% this fiscal year, and this is budgeting a 7% increase. Did you do the math? If, let's just say we did add another 10% to this FY '27 budget, like, how much worse the damage would be?
That is the exact question I was asking.
Yeah,
Okay,
probably $1 million.
You asked it better than I did.
Upwards of $1 million
okay,
or more.
or more.
Right, and it really all depends, right? We still have several months left in the fiscal year, but if we were to continue to trend exactly as how we're trending today, we are looking at about $1 million. Okay. It's not a small number.
So I guess to that end, this is the first draftiest draft. Does this budget factor in $1 million worth of reductions to offset that?
Not at this time.
Right.
There are so many adjustments that we still need to work through, whether it's the FY '27 number or it's the 5-year plan. We're still working with all of the departments, operations and maintenance and transportation and curriculum and instruction, special ed, to understand what relooking, every year we look at what are the 5-year needs of every department. We do, when we look at our buildings, what are they in need of? Where do we see ourselves in 5 years from a curriculum and instruction standpoint? That is all the work that is still being done currently. We continue to work on that. We continue to work on operational efficiencies. But the big item right now is staffing for next year, right? Because knowing that 76% of our expenses are salaries and benefits, that's where the savings are going to come from, unfortunately.
When you talk about that, we're also looking, we're looking 1 year at a time, if you will, but we're looking, and putting everything out there, whether it's, right, Mr. Altmeyer always talks about the staffing piece, and yes, we look at that annually. Contracts, we're looking at every department. Last year, we set up where we sat down, the two of us with each department, really looking at those. But not only is this going to be year by year, but putting it all out there, we're going to have to make those tough decisions. And then what things might be in year 1, then year 2, so that will be able to help have a better idea in the 5-year plan down the road. So a lot of this is the revenue side here. There's a lot of work that's coming on the expenditure side that's not in here right now. But we are actively all working on that. We do that anyway, but knowing what the revenue looks like in the next year and into the future, unfortunately, some of the things that other districts have been hit with and Huntley has not, that is happening to us right now. And we will always look at what will least impact our students first, and hope that we don't have to get to, some of those programs and things like that. But all of those discussions, and they're hard discussions, because everything that we have is something, we have it for a reason. But what are those things that maybe we could do differently or do without, that again wouldn't impact our students and staff to deliver to our students as best we can.
I have a quick question, that's probably for Dr. Zira and yourself, Mr. Altmeyer. What year are we anticipating the most retirement?
Dr. Singer? Can I answer that very?
I mean, potentially, right.
In the near future, we're gonna hit a bubble here down the road, but in the
That-
near
so
future,
we
he's
have,
got, yeah.
we have, one- and so with, as we monitor enrollment, retirement, are we going to be replacing, filling those positions or not? And if we are, we've got new teachers coming in. Is that kind of being tracked, like off to the side, like,
Yeah,
that's case scenarios? Okay.
right, so when we talk about, right now, we're looking at staffing, we're looking at all of those things, that's exactly what we're looking at.
Okay.
Right? We're looking at our retirements, we're looking at the replacement cost of new teachers coming in, we're looking at positions that maybe because of decreased enrollment, we no longer need. So we're looking at all of those things so that we can bake those assumptions and that analysis into the FY '27 budget, but because we're not fully there yet,
Right.
we didn't make those adjustments in draft one of the budget.
No, and that's like fair enough. I was just wanting, I know that that's just kind of happening in the background or in the sidebar, looking at those numbers.
Every position, and I even did it with a very recent one, that paperwork is being filled out for a requisition of it. We're not just gonna fill it out and post because we had the position before. So it is, the question's always that, do we need it? And it's the way that it's at, and if that answer is no, then is that something, is there a need that we have that we're not addressing, and would we restructure it? And that answer could be yes, or it could be no, and then we go down that line. And, so, that is something that all of our buildings are getting accustomed to. It's, right, we just don't put in that rec right away, for that. And we've already started that. We had a data analysis position analyst position that was over at the high school. And then when that became open, and unfilled, a couple months ago, we sat down and looked. Can we do this? Is this a need that we need to fill? And we determined as a team that that wasn't something that would be resolved at this time, that we could, support that with other, components, especially since we had these decisions. So it's not, we're gonna wait till the end of the year, we analyze those every time.
And like we talked about, just reallocating right back into, okay, where can we put this and reallocate that? So
Yeah, so just to let you know, so teacher retirements right now, last year we had 18, which is the largest number I've ever seen. We've seen in a long time. This year, we're at 9, next year we're at 10, and then it tails off a little bit, just because that's the incentive that we're looking at. So those folks give that 4-year number, and so, with the HEA contract being up next year, more than likely, once that's settled, we will see an influx of that. Where we're gonna start seeing, based on years of experience, age, when people can retire according to TRS, when you start getting into 2033, 2034, 2035, those numbers will double and triple. I mean, I know that's a ways out, but, that's when you're gonna hit that 33, 34 year of the big hiring boom. And,
Right.
So you'll see that, probably by the next 5-6 years where, you could be in the 30s, 40s, with retirements. But that's a ways out, but, that group is coming.
On the horizon,
Yeah,
yeah.
the average age in the district, 44, 45. So when those folks in the next 10 to 12 years, it's all gonna come at once.
thank you for that information.
I just want to call out I know we're all looking at the document, but I just want to call out something for those of you who are in the audience, or those of you who are watching. So I printed these out and really dug into them, and I will be the first to admit that this is not my area of expertise or my forte, but looking at like projection 2031, it's an $8 million deficit, right, within the current budget, if I'm reading that correctly. Like, this is more than, yeah, a few old teachers retire and we hire some younger teacher, right? Like, this is like drastic changing what we're talking about. So, and that's specifically the educational fund. So there are, and yes, this is a ways off, but this is the first draft, but there are larger conversations that we need to have, district-wide and community-wide, I think.
And I think that that's a very good point. We're gonna have recommendations, but we also will need to be having discussions at this level of priorities, based on our strategic plan, priorities that you as a board have. We'll absolutely be doing the work and bringing it forward, but want to make sure that we are marching in the right direction for the priorities that we want to have for our community and for our students and families. So, you're right, lots of discussions need to be had around this table, in the room with the steps as we're moving forward.
I think Mr. Becky and I might be reading from the same notes, because I was gonna also point that out, but to add fuel to the fire, it looks like Mr. Allmeyer, the assumptions that are laid out for those future fiscal years from FY '28 through FY '31 are quite low assumptions or conservative. So I mean, like the 5.6% we're trending for the benefits, like that, these, I think it could be worse is where I'm getting at.
Correct. Oh, absolutely.
Correct.
Absolutely. It absolutely can. You know, there's always best case scenario, there's worst case scenario, and kind of what you have in front of you is based on averages, based on what we've seen historically, right? Most approximating today's economy, we would call that. But, you know, there's opportunities that if in a year or two from now, we have a blip in CPI, meaning it's again 4 or 5%, that will have a major impact on the numbers you see here. If we continue to see 40 to 50 and $60 million of new construction, that will make a pretty good impact as well here, right? If we continue to attract new construction within the community. Right, there's a lot of things that could go right, but there's also a lot of things that can go wrong, right? We've estimated a 2% CPI in the out years, 2.3 to 2.0%. Well, back in the day, if you recall, 8 to 10 years ago, we were floating around 1% a year, 0.7, 0.8. There was 1 year that we had 0.1%. Right, so that's worst case scenario. If we have that, that's no increase in property taxes, essentially, only new construction, and that $8 million could easily balloon 12. So it can go both ways. This is exactly why districts are required to look at your 5-year plan. This is why organizations look at a 10-year plan sometimes. I don't think for our purposes a 10-year would be appropriate, but I do think a 5-year is. So yeah, we'll continue to look at this. We'll bring some of those best case, worst case scenarios to the board, because I think you need to see what the impact of CPI and maybe new construction would be in the out years if they were different than what they're showing here, and we will continue to do that. So at the next draft of the budget, I'll bring maybe a best case, maybe a worst case too, because I think you need to see both, to the board.
That'd be helpful, thank you.
So there's another dimension to this Rubik's Cube puzzle. And that dimension is, I don't know which page it's on, sorry.
There's a lot of pages there.
There is a lot of pages, but the one that I was looking at is the fund balance percentage. Because we do have a board policy that we have to maintain a certain fund balance. I believe it's 25%.
Correct.
So that issue's coming up sooner than the big numbers in red, because it's supposed to drop below that mandated fund balance in FY '28. It's a narrow miss because it shows, the projection shows it's 24%, so it's a narrow miss. However, it starts to sink even deeper into the depths with a 20%, a 15% in those out years. So it's not drifting upward, drifting downward. And so that board policy may play into this sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point to bring up. You see it dip below 25% here because we're showing you, right, we're showing you these deficits. So these deficits do not reflect any current year budget cuts that'll carry forward year to year. They don't reflect future year budget cuts. Obviously, the goal is every year is to get to a balanced budget. And if we continue to get to a balanced budget, we still may have a slight decrease in fund balance, especially if we're not budgeting, right?
Right.
A 25% increase in our surplus, if you will, to keep our fund balance where it is. But it surely won't be as drastic as what you're seeing here. So what you're looking at has no future budget cuts in it. We're continuing to work on that, and those are some of the hard decisions that are gonna have to come down the road.
I just wasn't sure how many board members knew that that number exists in the policy. That's why I mentioned it.
Correct. Thank you.
All right, any additional questions for Mr. Altmeyer? All right, thank you, sir, for that presentation. Scintillating as it was. Item 11, Director of Communications and Public Engagement, Ms. Barr.
Thank you, yes. So I submitted our monthly FOIA report, and we had a lot of FOIAs this month. We had 14. And just wondered if anybody had any comments, questions,
You know what?
quite a variety.
Obviously, I've been on the board for a long time. I don't remember the last time we had, probably 2.5 days worth of FOIA response work to do. And the approximated cost of the district of like $1,200 or something like that. We still have to provide the responses. I understand that. But it was just eye-popping, at the number of requests out there and volume that was involved. So thank you to your staff and the other people who helped gather that information to meet the timeline to get that all out there. So thank you very much for that.
It does seem to ebb and flow.
Yeah.
And depending on whether they're commercial requests or different requests will dictate the deadline. So this just happened to be one where, you know, that it might just, yeah, every month. I don't expect this month to be quite good,
No.
right? So, you know what I
Right.
mean? It sort of ebbs and flows
That's
that
why
way.
I said I don't remember the last time it was this high, but,
Yeah.
but I understand that. And it's a 10 business day response time on non-commercial FOIAs
No, actually, 25 days.
for non-businesses or for non?
For commercial.
Non-commercial.
Non-commercial, 5 days.
5 days.
5 days.
Okay, so you gotta
Yep,
hustle
gotta move on
it, get it in gear. Okay. Well, extra thank yous, and I thought it was 10, so thank you for that. All right, anybody else? All right, moving on. Anything else on the, communications?
Submitted a communications dashboard too, hopefully you guys got that, the summary of, all the different communications. And the only thing I wanted to, just a couple of celebrations I wanted to mention. One is that today there was a, job fair that the Huntley Chamber did over at the high school. And, I'm not sure that's a first ever, but it's something recently, you know, at least in the recent past, that's been the first. And, it was great. It was really, really great. So that was from 10 till 1. There were 16 businesses signed up, 15 who showed up, and lots of kids coming in during their lunch and filling out applications. And so I think it's a great future with that. And I know we were getting ideas on how to make it better and bigger and all that as I was talking with the executive director there. But that was certainly great. And then just wanted to remind everybody that there is the Health and Wellness Fair on Saturday. That's something that our Family Engagement Liaison is putting together, Ina Hall. That's at the library, and typically has not been there in the past. And it's going to be different this year. It's very interactive, so a great place to bring families, kids. Each station will kind of have a game or something fun to do. And then there's animals, like llamas and therapy dogs and all sorts of stuff this year. Alpacas, yes. So, wanted to invite all of you to that, make sure you at least knew about it. Two other quick things. One is kindergarten registration. I had a couple meetings this week, with registration and with learning innovation, and, that's gonna kick off and open on March 1st. So, my job is to make sure that we get that message out to the community, and so I'll be working, towards that. And then lastly, our big celebration, which is the EAB, High Performance District Award. Ms. Longer, did you mention this last time, didn't you? Yeah, but today was sort of the official, day. They posted on their LinkedIn, and we shared it, and then, also shared it on our district channels. But there's a link to an article that they put out about us. It's an inaugural award, and just talked about why we were selected for this award, and, hopefully everybody will click the link and read. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on, President's report, board discussion. I know there's 3 bullet items or 3 target items here that are on the list for future conversations. Policy 450 and 460 will be brought through the policy committee at the March COW. There's been questions about fundraising policy and procedures. I understand administration is working on that, finalize that, and then bring it to the board by the end of the school year, I'm told. And then there is also a question about familiarization or some training, board training on Robert's Rules of Order. So I can look into that from an IASB training perspective, unless somebody just wants to pick up books on their own and go through it, but I think it's a good exercise for all of us to enjoy that together. Also, anything else for the board discussion, since that's the agenda item?
Yes, something that, I'm hoping that maybe next month at the committee as a whole, we could discuss the idea, so April is, Preventing Child Abuse Awareness Month. And, I know villages and, local businesses and entities have declared April, Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month. And they kind of put some, proclamations out. And I was looking to maybe have a discussion to see if the district wants to partner, and kind of solidify or partner and have just support bringing awareness to child abuse prevention in March. Well, it would be for April, but if we could discuss it in March.
I'm trying to just think what's the best placement on the agenda. Community engagement?
Yeah, I would
Yeah,
think so.
okay, just thinking.
Yep. All right, and I saw that a couple places have their own proclamations, so we could look at, some of them and see.
You could send any examples, that would be
Yeah.
fantastic.
Partnering with them, I mean, we're a school district, right, so. We said community engagement on that? Okay.
I think that makes sense.
I have a thought for a future topic. We talk a lot about, we have our special ed committee at this meeting. One group that I don't recall us discussing are our gifted students, or those accelerated learners. What's going well, what are the challenges? I don't know if that could be a future presentation at one of the committee of the whole. This has to be the next one, but at some point, I think it would be helpful just to know how that's going.
We could do that a little bit, closer to the end of the year, or even, in June, we have a number of, items that we've got plotted out just for length of time on there. I'm gonna put it on here, but, I know we've got, some other things that we can even put as part of the curriculum, but if we're looking at just in general, how are we doing data-wise, kind of talking about those things, doing presentation on that, absolutely.
Yeah, I know we had on our list potentially at the curriculum workshop in June to do a whole, have our accelerated learners be a drill down to that data too, so we could have it listed there if we would like to, and then we give an overview and an update, at the regular board meeting to everyone, but we could go more in depth. I know that was a subgroup that we have recognized we don't dive into as much, and so I think we break down our kids with IEPs, we break down the kids that are EL, and so we have that as a note to change for our June, curriculum workshop. So I think you will see that, but we can do an update overall too.
Thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Bobby. Would it be, okay with you and the rest of the board if we did that at the curriculum workshop, that's coming up? And then if we needed more or, more in-depth or robust, we could do that as a standalone?
So the bummer is knowing my schedule, I
Oh,
will
you
not
have
be
to
able to
hear.
make that specific curriculum night, due to a schedule conflict. So, great, yes, they'll do it for the benefit of the community.
Yeah, we can do that, and then we could probably put it as an update on the June board meeting too. So we could, I could really get,
Yeah,
talk through, probably do that, okay.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you for giving us
around
a
me.
few months
Yeah,
too.
yeah,
Yep.
yes.
it's an important area to look at though.
Thank you.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. McCrindle, not too long ago, weren't you talking about, testing that's for the gifted, I forgot what that's called, is it the?
COGAT.
Thank you.
Yes, you got it. So right now, we just actually finished up the COGAT, screener round one, and they're doing the in-depth one, and so we start to identify students.
Yeah, so the timing works perfectly, Mr. Bobby, with, because I was just gonna ask that, when would that testing be taking place?
Yeah, it'll be good.
So that'll flow nicely. Yeah.
And I just also be curious too on the crossover, because just because someone may be gifted doesn't mean they don't have an IEP, it can be both.
Correct.
So it's not separate populations, but I think that'd be interesting to see where that crossover too.
And we've also been just tracking some data, recently in the last couple of years of our students who were on the gifted track and what they're doing as AP students later on. And so we're starting to see some longitudinal data we can show during that as well. So it's a great topic to have and something we need to make sure to keep our eye on.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right, I will add, it's not so much a board discussion, but maybe it is. So I was asked this week to be a participant, for the Illinois Association of School Boards Strategic Plan. I was one of the people that was selected or asked to participate, provide feedback about the association, probably because of my participation at the regional level. So it's interesting to have questions about what does the association do well, what does the association, what can they do better? It was kind of nice to be asked. I've never participated in something quite like that. And so I look forward to seeing what that 5-year strategic plan is going to look like as they collect information from all the regions in the state of Illinois and then disseminate that out to people. So that's coming in the near future. And then I know we have the spring regional discussion as well. I don't have the date off the top of my head, but I understand that one of the roundtable discussions will be around AI, which is a hot topic for anybody, everybody, everywhere these days. So look forward to that conversation as well. Item 12.2, there are minutes for review. I'd like to go ahead and move those forward for approval at the next board meeting, so please have a look at those so we can vote on them. Item 13, consent agenda. Before we get started, is there anything to remove from the consent agenda? All right, not hearing anything, I move to accept or approve the consent agenda for the minutes, payables, and the copy paper bid as presented.
Second.
I'll give that one to Mr. Bobby. Bolstering my ear. Good. The distance of sound. All right, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Peggotty?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray? Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes, motion passes 6-0. Moving on, item 14.1, HR personnel. Mr. Zier, anything to add here? Okay. With that, I move to approve the personnel report that's presented for this month.
Second.
Second by Mr. Craddy. For roll call vote, please.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Peggotty?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Item 14.2. This is a request by one of our staff members to revoke a retirement letter. For review, I'm going to move to deny the request to Mr. Sturm to revoke his resignation letter.
Second.
Second by Mr. Craddy. Roll call, please.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Peggotty?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Item 14.3, athletic fee increase. Mr. Altmeyer, anything to add to this?
Nothing to add.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve the district athletic fees as they have been presented.
Second.
Second by Mr. Ruth. Is there any discussion on this? There was quite a bit last time. I just wanted to circle back and double check. Not hearing anything. Roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Maiorino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Peggotty?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Item 14.4, registration fee increase. Move to accept the district's proposal for modifying the registration fees.
Second?
Second from Mr. Craddy. Is there any conversation on this one?
I think one thing, I know I had a couple people just, we had a big discussion around this one. Mr. Altmeyer, can you, go over the end result? There had been discussion about we attack the late fee instead of the early bird. Where did we land with that recommendation, just so everybody can be on the same page with that? And I think we also had a question about the payment plans, if we had any, answers.
Correct, yeah, there was a few open questions, so I can answer those as well. Yeah, so within the memo you have, it is slightly different than the first memo we provided at the committee of the whole, in that we did talk about increasing the late fee from $20 to $50 to make it a little more enticing to pay your registration fee on time. So we did do that, so that is part of your recommendation within the memo that you have here as an action item. The question that...
Mr. Altmeyer, one more thing. So, but, with the early bird discount, so if the fee is increased with a late fee, or the fee will stay the same with a late fee if they don't pay? I believe was the question was asked.
Well, you get the early payment discount if you pay on time. If you don't pay on time, then the additional $50 per student will be added as of September 1st.
Perfect, yes.
And then the question was asked, because we had talked about, we utilize RepTrack, and we're talking about an add-on that we can use with Power School, so that when parents go out to Power School, they can see exactly what they owe for the various things that they owe, including registration fees. And from a link attached to Power School right there, when they're looking maybe at their student grades, they'll be able to click on a link which will take them right to a place where they can go ahead and pay their registration fees or other fees that they may owe. And with that link, the question was posed, well, you know, we usually generally start billing registration fees as early as sometimes April and May. And so when we start to do that this year, if we have that fee plugged in, even if we don't have that fee plugged in, the question was, can a parent go out there and begin to pay amounts, maybe on a monthly basis, $100 a month or $200 a month, to go ahead and pay off those registration fees by September 1st. And we will have that functionality up and running. So that is possible. I talked to RepTrack today about that. And the other question that came up was exactly what are the rates that we're kind of looking at, because we're working through, we've been with RepTrack for 20 plus years. They've been a great PSP partner, payment service provider partner. But we are looking at entering into kind of a multi-year contract, which a lot of districts don't do with that. But by doing that, we can see better merchant service fees, better e-checking fees, that's a digital payment, ACH type of payment, than what we're currently getting. Unfortunately, the meeting today, they weren't able to give you numbers, because right now they have a roadmap to increase the functionality of their system. And with that increased functionality of their system, are better ways to do pricing for ACH, like digital payment options for parents, hopefully in the 1% to 2% range or better. But they couldn't get that to me today. So we're continuing to work with them, and we will have that up and running by year end, so that we know exactly what those percentages are going back to the parents. So, but we will work with our provider to make sure that we're getting the best rate we can. It's not just for us, it is for our parents as well. But we'll keep the board apprised on that front.
Just 2 points of clarification here. We need that information not by year end, but by the opening of registration.
Yeah, as soon as I get that information, I will share that back with the board. In absence of that, it'll continue at the same merchant service fee rate that we're paying today, which is pretty much standard across the industry. It's 3.9, around 4% with a small fee attached, creating the total of 3.94%. But once we enter into a long-term contract and get that reduced, I will share that with the board.
I guess what I was referring to was that if we're changing that for families, where we're passing the fee on to families, what are families' options for submitting payment without incurring the fee?
Correct.
The second part of that is, I think we need very clear communication for families around the process for breaking up the fee payments if they are seeking to do that.
Yeah, and we had talked, Ms. Barr and I had talked about communication specifically on this front for registration fees. And so that is our absolute plan, is to make sure that when we roll this out, we have very clear and concise, communication to our families, so they know their options. But thank you for bringing that up.
First, I want to thank you, Mr. Altmeyer, for bringing up the proposal in the first place, and also looking at that option to do the prepayment beforehand. The question I have, just to make sure I'm clear on what we're voting on, is back to what Ms. Lombard was saying. We had a lot of discussion at the last meeting. So the early payment fee is not, that stays flat. The full fee, if someone does not select the early payment, that's going up. And then the third piece is the penalty fee goes to $50. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct. Well, the baseline registration fee, the baseline, no, it's not, it's correct and not correct. The baseline registration fee that we're asking the board to approve for the memo, okay? So if you look at the last column on the chart, those are the registration fees that we're asking the board to approve. If those payments aren't made on a per student basis by September 1st, then we're asking those amounts to go up by $50 per student.
Okay, that makes sense. I got that part. I guess my question is about the early payment discount.
The early payment discount is just, it's verbiage. The early payment discount is just not paying the late payment fee.
That's, okay.
Right, so it's the same thing.
Got it.
It's just how we wanna,
There's not 3 tiers, there's 2.
there's
Two tiers.
Yeah, there's
I
2
was
tiers
thinking
today
that-
and there'll be 2 tiers tomorrow.
Okay, I was thinking early payment and then full payment, then penalty payment.
Yeah, and no,
You're saying those two
It's
tiers.
the on-time discount.
Yeah, same thing, yeah.
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 yeah, it's not, it's just,
And maybe we do that, maybe we just put September 1st payment, I like what you just said. It's September 1st fee and September 2nd on.
yeah, right.
Right.
And I think if you're gonna do the payment process for people, I don't know that it matters if they pay 100 here, 200 here, but what I do think matters is, you know, if you have, because you're not gonna break it down per kid on what they give you. So like, if there's anything left, they're gonna get charged that $50 fee. Per kid.
Correct. That has always been a challenge in the past, so let me give you an example. If there are 3 students and each student is $200, that's $600 total. And the family makes payments of $350, right? We allocate those payments equally amongst students. Well, then all of a sudden, each student has a $50 late payment penalty. However, if we would have just taken that $350 and put it towards the first 2 students,
I think that's one of the things we should look at, one of the things we
right,
talked about.
they'd only have 1 or 2 late payment penalties rather than 3.
Is that what we're doing?
Well, that's what we can do, and that's what I recommend doing, because usually when we talk to parents thereafter, that's the case they make,
Yeah.
and it makes sense.
When I think when we look at the add-on or whatnot that you were looking at, we talked about this with athletics. If I am signing up Jessica for a spring sport, it's X number of dollars, that carries over. I think we can work with them, Mr. Altmeyer, to say, if I've got 2 or 3 kids, I've got a high school student that's $240, it's linked to that ID. If they can take that and put it in to the cart, if you will, and pay that, it would almost, then that student wouldn't have a fee. But if, instead of trying to figure out how to divide it, I think we can put them in as student ID
And separate
numbers.
payments.
And then they could say, I'm paying this right now. I still have these 2 students I need to do, but that's almost like a payment plan, but then they're not getting the penalty across the board. So we can link them as separate payments for, if there's driver's ed, right? You put that in a bucket, you pay that. We should be able to, we will work very closely with, the company to figure out how that we can do that so that they're not incurring that for every student. That's typical. I don't want that for our family.
When is the
Ms.
earliest?
Barr, Ms. Barr, I feel like a video or something, this is gonna get potentially complicated quickly.
I know.
Mr. Altmeyer, would you like to do that? We'll have it.
Oh, he's him on camera, he'd handle this in a hurry.
Do my own little selfie video.
I'm
good at that.
I do think that, one of the things we should think about is, something that Mr. Altmeyer brought to my attention a little bit ago, and another district did, but an FAQs on the website where we can answer a lot of these questions. They'll live there, the questions and the answers. I think that will be really important as we roll this out. Maybe video, I don't know, but really, we just have to be sure that we're clear in our communication and how we're wording this stuff. That is super important.
Right.
And just
You
a
said
little
we're ready to
reminder.
roll this out in April, typically?
April, May timeframe for first billing for next year's.
Okay. I feel like that is the essential.
I'd have to double check with registration on typically when they do that. I just know it's in that timeframe.
I just think that the essential component to this is allowing families to break up the payments. And
I agree.
so they're not feeling the hurt all in 1 month or even 2 months.
Remind them.
And that has historically been our practice. So, right,
So we'd still stick.
so
with that.
historically, right, our parents today know that based on the statements they receive, it is written on the statements that they can go ahead and do that. So this is nothing new for our registration department. So we can make this happen, I think, pretty easily.
And I know our communication goes down over the summer, and especially with the late fee coming up, just those reminders of, this year, we're going to be implementing late fees. Start making payments now. Just those little friendly reminders, because we kind of all, summer comes and we just go.
And then when you get closer to the school year, we have heard and we understand it from families, there's a lot of information, so there might need to be some standalone, so it does not get lost with everything else.
And a lot of
Right
back
at
to
the
school
beginning.
expense, shoes and supplies, and to be hit with that then, so, yeah, hey. Yeah.
I'm curious, when are you hopeful to have a long-term, agreement in place that will affect those ACH?
We have a meeting at the end of March,
March.
based on their implementation plan of their new
As the
system.
registration fees go into effect or take hold in April, you said?
April, May timeframe.
April, May?
Yeah. Yeah, and whether or not the new merchant service fees are in, right now, merchant service fees across the board are really similar for most districts, for most organizations, for, you go to certain restaurants at lunch and they say, you're gonna pay with a credit card, because if you are, I'm gonna pass along a 3.5%, 4% fee.
Right.
So that's what it currently remains, but we're looking to receive a discounted fee on the e-check, the digital check fee, ACH.
That's for, yeah.
And so, yeah, I'm hoping that by the end of March, I'll have that before we roll this out. If it's not, it's gonna be shortly thereafter.
Because it'll come to the board for approval. So if you get that ironed out in March, we'll probably see it in April. And in time, the reason I'm asking is because if we start accepting the registration fees in May, and the entire percentage for e-checks doesn't take hold until sometime after that, you have early people that are possibly doing e-checks at a higher rate. And so it's almost like an incentive to wait because of the e-check.
Well, we pay it now,
That's it.
right?
Yeah.
We
pay it now. We pay it now.
So it's actually an incentive for them to even do it before that would implement.
Okay.
That's what they
That's the little nuance that I was looking for, so thank you for straightening me out.
You're welcome.
All right, any other discussion on this one? I believe we had a motion and a second on the floor, correct?
That is correct, with Sean Craddy.
Yep.
Second, okay.
So the motion was made to, adopt district registration fees as they've been presented. I have a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cray?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Peckity?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Myrino?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Item 14.5, supplemental purchase orders, accounts payable. Anything to add, Mr. Altmeyer?
Nothing to add. Well, I do want to add one thing. And it's really nothing to do with, this specific report. But moving forward, I think the board knows that we are doing a new system implementation, Skyward. And on a monthly basis today, the board, if you look through our list of POs on a monthly basis, we have a lot of standard POs, that are automatically created so that when certain bills come in, whether it's for a private facility, maybe it's for electric, maybe it's for things that are reoccurring in nature on a monthly basis, we have these standard POs. So if you look at our PO list and you see a number of $50,000, $10,000, $5,000, a very round number, there's a very good likelihood, well, that is a standard PO that the board is approving, so that when those invoices come in, we can pay our partners timely, okay? So the board sees all of that as part of the process. With the new implementation, with Skyward, they don't have the ability to do a standard reoccurring PO. In fact, if you've been in the business world, what sometimes they do is a blanket PO. Maybe you've heard that term. And a blanket PO is a PO for the year, essentially, okay? So what you may see in September is we're going to have to, April, because we're going to be flipping the switch to Skyward, is we're going to come out with a whole new list of a blanket PO for the remainder of the year for 3 months. So you might see an uptick in what you're approving, but it's essentially 3 months of what you're currently approving on a monthly basis. So I did want to bring that to the board's attention so that if you do see something next month that looks a little weird, we'll note that in the memo, but you'll see a blanket PO that'll cover 3 months worth of standard POs essentially. And then on an annual basis, we'll work with the board to make sure that you understand what the PO process is moving forward, because we will need blanket POs for sure.
Thank you for that, and please keep that information active as we continue to adjust to the new process and the new.
For sure, thank you.
Thank you. All right, item 14.5 is those supplemental purchase orders. I move to approve the supplemental purchase orders report for a sum of $2,925,189.23. Supplemental accounts payable for $9,885.74.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Feckety. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Mr. Feckety?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mrs. Marino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes. Passes 6-0. Item 14.6, Little City Accounts Payable Report. Anything to add on this one? Carol Meyer?
Nothing to add.
Excellent. Sure. I move to approve the Little City's purchase orders, plural, as presented.
Second.
Second by Mr. Ruth. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Abstain due to conflict.
Mrs. Marino?
Yes.
Mr. Feckety?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0, one abstention. Item 14.7, Resolution 2026-01.
As we've had discussion, we had previous closed session minutes that kind of fell in 3 different buckets of approval. We had some minutes from previous years under a previous superintendent and board secretary, board recording secretary, that needed to be brought forward for approval. The first bucket of those were minutes that had been typed up. All of those were there. They just hadn't been brought forward for approval with a signature. The second bucket was those that did not, but we had notes. And so we had Mrs. Monty type those up from the notes. They're from the previous board reporting secretary and board secretary that would need approval. And then there were some, I believe 3, that there were not. So reviewing old video, or not the video, recording of those, Mrs. Pamonti typed up those minutes. And those are all put here in a resolution that is approval of that resolution, which would approve the closed session minutes, but it does outline the reason or how those were put together. And so I know that there was some discussion that many of you were not on the board at that time, We had some conversation around that sometimes that does happen in an overlap, when, elections happen. Typically, that was not the case here, but, did want to make sure that, we get those minutes all brought forward to the board, and approved in it. And we do understand that, the approval of minutes that we're not part of is, unusual, and that's why it was put in a resolution to make sure that those were outlined in those three different buckets.
So where is the resolution? Yeah.
Should be. Yes.
Does anybody?
Well, I know I sent it to the two of you for just review there
Right.
before. Has there been-
I mean, I've kind of gone through it, but
Well,
has
it should be
any?
attached, is it unattached?
There's no attachment.
I don't see an attachment.
Okay. Then we're not going to see that.
I see that there was, how many there were.
Yeah.
Essentially, we're approving all prior acts of the board by resolution.
But we can bring it forward if that wasn't in there, not comfortable with that, I 100% understand that. That should be attached in the board packet, but if it's not in there.
Mr. Ruth, these are, closed session meeting minutes, not our open session. So there was a series of, different situations, and so we are trying to rectify and do right, and get these, meeting minutes, I guess, reviewed, approved, whatever verbiage the board chooses to go with that resolution, and, so that we can get all taken care of.
All right, for me, since the resolution's not in here, and this is a board packet that the public views too, I think the right thing to do is postpone this until the attachment is included. That way, the public can view this as well. We may know the situation, but we
Right,
really
but
should disseminate that as well.
we should be reading the resolution that we're approving.
Correct.
So,
Correct. Yes.
yes.
So with that, I'm going to bypass 14.7 and not even bring it up for a vote.
So are we going to push that forward to, March? To March of board
Yeah,
meeting?
we'll bring it back March, whatever, 19th or whatever
19th,
the
okay.
date is.
Okay.
Can I make two requests
Yeah.
on 14.7? One request is, I would like to see included in the resolution, a clear outline process to ensure that we do not find ourselves in this situation in the future.
Mr. Beckety, would it be, the resolution would be, and when you see it,
Maybe
it's
not
for
in the-
approving.
Maybe
I
not
think
in the
that's-
resolution, but
I think that's and that was something, Mrs. Myron, you brought up with the, policy. So it could be, my recommendation would be that we review the policy and the procedures to make sure that we are extremely tight on that. Would that be acceptable?
that is more than acceptable.
Okay, so we could do that at the CAL.
Perfect.
Yeah, so at the COW, we'll look at policy. At the board meeting, we will then look at this resolution.
And our policy that was not attached, so yep, we're good.
And then my second request is I would like, a breakdown of, hours and, attorney fees that went into, developing this resolution.
I can get you that quickly.
Thank you.
All right, since there's no objection to not bringing this up for a vote, we will go ahead as a group and just move on and forge on ahead without 14.7. That brings us to item 15, public comment. Is there anything in the bin for round two?
There's not.
All right, with that, I will move to resume closed session at 9:27 p.m.
Second.
Second by Mr. Beckety. Roll call.
Mrs. Myarino?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Bobby?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Beckety?
Yes.
All right, with that, thank you, everyone. If you're not sticking around, have a good night. And good luck.
Newsies.
Oh, sure.
What year were you, I didn't know you were on the board.
That's my fourth time.
Like, what year? Oh, you did?
Well, we like it.